All right. I think we are all set. Welcome, everybody, to the April 24th County Board Recess meeting. I'm Board Chair Libby Garvey, and we've got here Vice Chair Takis Karantonis, members Matt DeFranti, Susan Cunningham, and Maureen Coffey. We'll begin with recognitions and proclamations, followed by some reports from the board. It's a busy afternoon, and Mr. DeFranti kind of reminds me that if you would like to wear a mask, you're welcome to do so, and they are available right there with our clerk. If you would like to wear a mask, feel free. And with that, I think we'll, Mr. Schwartz, I think you're kind of kicking us off with the CARES Employee Spotlight today.
I am. Thank you very much. And Sade, raise your hand for a second, okay? Because now you have to listen to me. Sade Nguyen, who works for the Department of Technology Services, she's taken a break. I understand you're supposed to be working on the transition for everybody to give up their phones and get on Teams, but you took a moment so that we could celebrate. She represents the spirit of collaboration and follow-through in her work with the DTS customer experience team. And I'm particularly proud about what Sade has been able to do. She started her career with Arlington County as an intern in DTS. Then she went to work on the Permit Arlington initiative with partners in CPHD. She worked on user acceptance testing, staff training activities, and she used that golden experience to apply and get a permanent position in DTS. And she was the county's first technology adoption specialist in 2020. That sounds like a very important title. I was wondering whether you were helping the people in DTS adopt, but apparently it's the rest of the county, helping them adopt technology practices, working on training resources. You know, when you get the materials, for example, when we do the Teams rollout, working on all those materials that are put together, the videos and memorializing best practices, that is what she facilitates and specializes in. She works on Q&A sessions with subject matter experts to help them refine and deliver their messages. I know you may find it hard to believe, but sometimes people who work in technology need some help explaining what it is that's going on, and she helps put that in language that we can all understand. She's a really trusted partner, and I can't think of anyone better to recognize this month for having the right combination of attitude, work ethic, and consistent performance, and all of that, and now a picture with the county board. So come on up.
All right. We serve as your backdrop, and we're all trying to isolate Mr. DeFranti. It's still, just a call. Perfect. Let's see. Maybe let's see everything. You need some technology assistance? Okay, what? Thank you. Thank you. And is that all for the moment? All right. Thank you. That's great. We all need help with technology. So next, I have the pleasure of reading a proclamation for one of our significant groups in the region, the chapter of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority, and they're having their 65th anniversary. So I would like to read at least part of the proclamation that I've got here. Whereas May 17, 2024 marks the 65th anniversary of the Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority, Incorporated, an organization of college-educated women committed to public service, incepted by 22 founders at Howard University in 1913. And whereas the Northern Virginia version became the 251st chapter, chartered by 13 concerned members on May 17, 1959 in Alexandria, but in 1977 voted to change its name to the Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter to serve Alexandria, Falls Church, Fairfax, and the County of Arlington. And Melanie J. Carter currently serves as the chapter's 28th president. And whereas the sorority program's model, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority's national 5-point programmatic thrust focusing on economic development, educational development, international awareness and involvement, physical and mental health, and political awareness and involvement. And whereas the The history includes decades of building alliances and forging partnerships with Arlington Public Schools, Arlington-based nonprofit organizations, businesses, and churches to provide quality service to the community in the form of social and cultural activities, educational activities, career enlightenment, health enlightenment, and scholarship opportunities. And whereas Novak has engaged Arlington residents in social action through voter phone banking, neighborhood voter registration drives, and Adopt a Precinct community service in support of seniors, youth, and families at Dr. Charles Drew Elementary School and Alice West Fleet Elementary School, and programs like Africa, which is aiming for racial identity cultural awareness education program, Project Destiny, and Reading is Fundamental, and has awarded scholarships to graduating high school seniors attending Wakefield, Washington, Liberty, and Yorktown high schools. And whereas notable members from Arlington include Alice West Fleet, the chapter's fourth president, the singer-songwriter Roberta Flack, and civil rights activist Joan Trumpeter Mulholland. And Novak will celebrate 65 years of community service and impact at its 10th annual Trailblazer Awards and Scholarship Celebration on May 5th, 2024, in a themed event, Rockin' Red. So therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby recognize May 17, 2024 as the Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority's 65th anniversary, and encourage all citizens, county departments, and organizations to take part in observances designed to increase awareness and understanding of the service of Delta Sigma Theta sorority and its impacts on Arlington County residents. So thank you all very much. Any members of the sorority here? I think there may be one there. Thank you. We all recognize you. And we will, yes, and we will get that to you. Thank you very much. All right, and everyone, it sounds like a great celebration coming up. And next, I want to recognize that today is Administrative Professionals Day, and we have a few in our board office, which we want to recognize because they help pull together all these meetings like the one today. And sometimes it's a bit of a scramble. So we really want to celebrate the invaluable contributions here of our professionals across the county who keep everything running smoothly, and particularly our own folks here close at home in our county board office. And I think the next slide has got everybody's name on it, does it not? There we go. So thank you to everybody listed here. We couldn't do this without you, and we all thank you very much for everything you do to help us support and help the county. So thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might have the county board office staff just stand up for a moment.
Yeah.
Just
Are they
so
here?
they get-
They all here? Come on, guys. Yes. Yay. Thank you so much. And there's a little edible treat for you all in the back. And some of my colleagues may want to say a little bit. We won't spend too much time on this, but a little bit. Mr. Carantone, did you want to add anything? Or Ms. Cunningham, anybody? Mr. DeFrance's got his light on first. He's good to go. All right. Matt.
Just briefly, the many big and small things you do make it possible to better serve the public. And I think all of us see again and again in the care that you put into the work, your commitment to public service. And that is inspiring for me and I think for all of us. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Susan.
I would just add that our newest member, Flora Yapi, just joined us last week. So we're really thrilled to have a full team on the aid side. And I just want to say thank you to everyone. It is no small feat leading this work, but especially when you get 2 out of 5 coming in new and sort of needing a little guidance. So thank you all for your work and look forward to continuing to work with you. And likewise to all across the county and both employed within the county and those who live and work in the county. Happy Administrative Professionals Day.
Thank you. Maureen.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I think I've probably said it a few times, but I don't know what we would do without you. I'm really glad we're recognizing you, and I think administrative professionals is technically the correct title, and yet I think diminutive to the amount of things that you really do to just keep our office and our lives running and making sure we have what we need and we're prepared. And, that's administrative things, but it's also highly substantive policy work. And I've been so impressed in just the few short months that I've been here at the capacity that we have with such a small team to achieve so much. So I cannot say enough. Thank you guys for all of it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Carantone.
You will not catch me. I committed, when elected, never to use the term aide. And I use the term because a senior colleague of ours passed, used a term that I liked a lot more, teammate. And this is the term I use always. From the top to the bottom, you are our teammates. You're the teammates of Arlington County, of the people of Arlington County. You make this nexus between your elected officials and the people of Arlington County actually work. Without you, indeed, Rinkoff is absolutely right. We would be absolutely lost on both sides of the equation here. So thank you doesn't begin to describe the level of gratitude that we have for your extreme dedication to Arlington before to us. So thank you very, very much for that.
Thank you. Well, thank you again. Administrative professionals everywhere, we couldn't do it without you. Nothing would happen without you, I suspect. So thank you all very much. And that brings me to our Walk Month proclamation. And I think, Ms. Cunningham, over to you.
Yes, I'm delighted to share with you a proclamation for Walk Month. Whereas walking is an effective and sustainable transportation mode, and whereas walking helps reduce traffic congestion and conserves energy, and whereas walking to work benefits both employees and employers, and students and their schools through better health and fitness and reduced commuting and parking costs. And whereas Arlington County is home to an expansive walking network, including some of the region's most popular trails, and whereas Arlington continues to invest in pedestrian safety and infrastructure improvements through Vision Zero, county and regional transportation engineering projects, and whereas Arlington is committed to creating equitable opportunities for education, encouragement, and engagement around walking and active transportation countywide, and whereas Arlington citizens are involved in shaping county, regional, state, and national transportation and community policies, which have advanced local efforts to get more people walking in more walkable places more of the time. And whereas Arlington is recognized as a platinum-level walk-friendly community by the National Walk-Friendly Communities Program and continues to strive for further improvement. Now, therefore, we, the board, Libby Garvey on behalf of, Chair of the County Board of Virginia, does hereby proclaim April 2024 as Walk Month in Arlington County and urges all residents to support and participate in these and other activities that contribute to the health of the community and the environment.
Thank you. And now this is a big month for proclamations. We're on to Fair Housing Month proclamation. No, we are not. Wait, sorry. Sexual Assault Awareness Month proclamation comes first, and that is Ms. Coffey.
Thank you. All right, a few more whereases. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month calls attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and impacts every person in this community. And whereas the vision for Arlington County is one in which Arlington is a peaceful and respectful community where diversity is celebrated, violence is not tolerated, and all people are empowered to build healthy relationships free from the fear or threat of all forms of domestic and sexual violence. And whereas Arlington is dedicated to addressing the issue of sexual violence by ensuring that perpetrators are held accountable and victims are offered timely, holistic support services. And whereas rape, sexual assault, and sexual harassment are serious crimes that affect people of all races, ages, genders, sexual orientations, and income levels in our community, national statistics indicate that 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men will have experienced sexual assault in their lifetime. And whereas in Arlington, young people in our community specifically are impacted, as evidenced by statistics indicating that 50% of 8th, 12th, and 10th and 12th grade Arlington Public School female students have experienced sexual harassment at school, and 20% have been sexually assaulted by a dating partner. And whereas Arlington Sexual Assault Response Team and Project Peace work collaboratively to support joint policies that ensure a consistent and coordinated approach to help those who have experienced sexual assault. And whereas any Arlington resident, regardless of age, gender, socioeconomic status, race, sexual orientation, ability, and/or immigration status, has access to a comprehensive array of services from the 24/7 crisis hotline, police and medical assistance, to ongoing mental health, legal, and housing support. And whereas the Arlington County Board recognizes that prevention of sexual violence is possible and strongly supports the efforts of national, state, and local partners and citizens to engage in public and private efforts that include conversations about what sexual violence is, how to prevent it, how to help survivors connect with services, and how every segment of our society can work together to better address and prevent sexual violence. Now, therefore, I, Maureen Coffey, on behalf of Chair Libby Garvey, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month in Arlington County, and urge our residents to learn more about preventing sexual violence and show support for the numerous organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy, services, and assistance to survivors.
Thank you, and thank you for all your work you're doing in this area already, getting information out. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, now we are to Fair Housing Month, and there's a proclamation there too. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a proclamation with some recitals and then an enactment clause. Whereas Arlington County envisions a community that is economically, racially, and culturally diverse, that is inclusive and sustainable, and access to housing for all without discrimination is essential to achieving this vision. Whereas the Fair Housing Act of April 11th, 1968 enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. Whereas there's a couple of additional, whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, including gender identity and sexual orientation, familial status, national origin, and disability. And whereas Arlington County's Human Rights Ordinance reaffirms these protections against housing-related discrimination, and that was very recent. Whereas that we fully enacted and finally enacted some of that work. Whereas the Virginia Fair Housing Law was enacted in 1972 to provide fair housing throughout the Commonwealth, and provides further protections related to military status, source of funds, and elderliness. And whereas Arlington County is committed to the mission and intent to affirmatively further fair housing and equal housing opportunities for all, because our social fabric, the economy, resident health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive economies. And whereas Arlington County, together with 7 other jurisdictions in the metropolitan Washington area, recently completed a regional fair housing plan with shared goals and strategies to reduce housing discrimination, reverse patterns of racial segregation, and improve access to opportunity for all current and future residents of the metropolitan Washington area. And whereas Arlington has recognized that housing policy and a history of racial segregation in our communities continue to shape our neighborhoods today, now therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Fair Housing Month in Arlington County, and encourage all community members to join the County Board in gaining a shared understanding of the importance of fair housing by supporting activities that advance equal housing opportunities for current and prospective residents. I see several of our housing staff who we add task after task to, and so just super grateful for this work in addition to all the work. And I think, Madam Chair, you may have a few, you may outline a few of the activities, if I'm not mistaken.
I did, however, I do not have that right in front of me. I do have this slide, and there we go. That is very helpful, thank you. Because I didn't have them all memorized. Yeah. We do have a number of activities. Live in Arlington Fair, and we'll feature fair housing, among other things. The art bus ads are up and inside Arlington, and you can all see what's here, but there's some updates to our fair housing webpage. And we were very pleased, finally, that we amended our ordinance to include source of income protections as part of our county's human rights ordinance. And we do have a tenant landlord commission and a human rights commission, both of which can help folks with housing issues, as well as all of the facilities and opportunities we have here. We did get a little behind during the pandemic, I think, on fair housing, and we're now trying to pump it up and get ourselves right back on track with that, because it's extremely important. Thank you. All right. There's nothing more on that. I think I'm ready to move on to an update on Arlington 2050. So I wanted to give the board and everybody else a little bit of an update on Arlington 2050, Envisioning Tomorrow Together. There's been a lot going on. We've gotten a lot of feedback, and I think there's some slides, Madam Clerk, that you can, get them up, that's fine. We've learned a lot. We've gotten, since the February 5th kickoff, which is now seeming a while ago, we've gotten 512 responses from 441 individuals. Some do more than one, which is fine, on our postcard from the future. We've learned that people are starting to tell us not just what their vision of 2025, for 25 years from now is, but how they think we should get there. So, and it's interesting to have that. We're collecting that information as well. We found that actually very useful to be kind of to understand about what the community wants, because how you get there sometimes means changing your priorities a little bit, and what it is that people think we should be doing. Want to remind folks there's an online version of the card, the postcard, and we're more than happy to give any organization with these physical postcards. You can pick them up or deposit them at any local library. Next slide. This is one of my favorite pictures. This is from the Central Library, I think. People are filling these out and putting them in, including children, which is just great. It's not difficult. It's pretty easy to do, and we are collecting them, sorting them, getting them in order, and we'll be doing more work with them. We've got some more engagement opportunities coming into the summer, but as we get into those, we're going to reach out more to our advisory groups and civic organizations. I mean, Arlington has long been known for all the involvement of its citizens, and we want to really make sure that we use that structure to help us. Now, it can be, we know, a little bit tough to do it sometimes without prompts or instructions, so we've got some guides. David Barrera is here. David, if you want to raise your hand. David is doing just yeoman's duty on this. We're going to be getting him some help soon. But we've got a couple of guides down just on how groups might do it. Not too prescriptive, but just suggesting some question prompts and how you might organize things. And then we're going, just to collect their own visions from, hopefully, actually, particularly with the commissions on their particular area, because we think that would be very useful. Those folks spend a lot of time thinking about that and the future in whatever area they're working on. Would like that. Civic associations, which hopefully gets a pretty broad stretch around the county. Any other group that we can think of is going to get these. Then we're going to host some pop-ups around the county as well, kind of from mid and May, we think. Weather will be pretty nice then, we hope. So there'll be some updates. Stay tuned on those. And we've also we're revising our branding just a little bit, updating the postcards, making them just a little different that we think might be more useful for folks. So I really want to remind folks, we're not looking for all developed plans or anything. We just like kind of a vision. A few sticky notes is good. And actually, as David will attest, I've already found some pictures of some buildings that are elsewhere covered with plants that I just love, which I may have shown some of you before. I said, that's what I want it to look like. So he's collecting pictures too. So you can take that and do that as well. So thank you. And then let's see where we get next. I think that brings me to, I don't think anybody needs to say anything more about that. We're going to be saying a lot about this for quite a while. So that brings us to a very fun anniversary. It was the 30th anniversary of Arlington Sister Cities Association. And that was quite an event we had, and we hosted a number of guests from Aachen, Germany, which was our first sister city. And we've got some pictures from events and tours with them. We also had representatives from our other sister cities, which is San Miguel de Allende, Salvador. I think we had from Ivano-Frankivsk, Ukraine, and a few folks that were with sister cities with Reims, France as well. And we had, that really went all out. Need to really thank the Sister Cities Association. Also shout out to Shannon Flanagan-Watson, who is here, and my own aide, Kathy O'Malley, who's left already, but she just really did yeoman's duty to bring this together. And it started out, yeah, that's fine, you can go to the next slide, with a lot of thought gone into what they might like to know about Arlington and sort of educating our friends in Aachen more about what we do here. And I'm going to turn it over to Takis because he really did yeoman's duty. He was going to even drive them around in a bus, but I think in the end he didn't do that, which was probably a good thing, Takis.
Yeah, I didn't drive the bus. Well, I drove the bus for just a mile or so, not more than that. The county manager wouldn't be in agreement for me taking that kind of a liability.
We'd have to adjust our insurance probably. Anyway, take it away. But you did a great job. You did just a great job with everybody.
But we were safe going around. First of all, we met with Arlington Economic Development professionals here in Arlington because this is about the holistic view of our relationship with a very active university city in northwestern Germany, in the triangular area between the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany, which is extremely active in all types of economic activity, research, and science. And we tried to showcase Arlington, and the second step was to go from interacting with Arlington County government, explaining how Arlington works, to go and actually visit our one university here in Arlington, which was George Mason University. They were very, very gracious in receiving us and showing us the new Fuse building and explaining us the entire concept between this new collaborative space for research and economic development in tech. That was extremely exciting also for me. It was my first time. And then we went through a tour through the entire county. We went down to Pentagon, to the 9/11 Memorial, to the Amazon headquarters. We visited one of our best public parks in Met Park. We went up to Shirlington. We visited, and we were received in one of our most interesting branch libraries, the Shirlington Library. And then we went over to Westover, and we did one of the same, visiting a library, and we visited, one of our most recent deliveries on elementary schools, the Cardinal Elementary School. And I have to say, I'm thankful to everybody there because they let us in, they showed us around, and it was an absolute stunning experience, even for those who are from here, like myself, to have such a detailed and immersive experience there. And that was that was a great experience for everybody. We had a lot of conversations, and I am looking forward to having these conversations in the time ahead with our German, French, Salvadorian, and Ukrainian friends. This was a really good time to spend last Friday.
Thank you, Takis. And as we kind of move on, I think everybody is sort of feeling that we need to take it to sort of a different level. So, for example, at George Mason, a number of the reps from folks came from Aachen are involved in there. They have a tech school there as well, and innovations. And so there was a lot of exchanging of cards and things, and maybe having some students come or some professors come. So we're working more and more on those kinds of exchanges, which I think will be very good in the long run and help just create more and more energy for Arlington and for our sister cities. And then a little bit more on the event itself, which was really fun. One of the exchanges that have been going on that I think has been really helpful is between our two fire departments, and particularly during the pandemic. Chief Pavlitz really kind of connected with, and other firefighters connected with the fire department in Aachen and exchanged kind of ideas, because everybody was kind of making it up as they went. Here they are together, and it's really a nice connection, friendships that actually then can pay off to help make all of our communities safer because we're passing around good ideas. Next slide. Yeah, so we even got recognized by Sister City International, and Carrie Carter came and presented to Daphne Latourus a certificate recognizing everything that we've done. Next slide. And more recognitions. These are folks, particularly Helmut and Traula there have been, I think, from the beginning, all 30 years. They were very happy to have Niels Lapp there and some other folks because it's time to get a younger generation coming on. So we're working on doing that. Hannah Un is our head of the Aachen Sister Cities Committee here at the moment, and also was president of Sister Cities for a while and has done a whole lot of work. Next slide. And then we had them at just a spectacular, it was top of the town, and I was sort of reminded again how absolutely spectacular Arlington is in many ways. It's kind of one of the reasons, as you kind of mentioned, Takis, having people come here and touring them around, is you start to see Arlington through the eyes of people who are new, and you sort of see things you haven't seen before, and it's really a good experience for all of us. So congratulations to everybody, and many, many thanks. It was a big effort, and it all turned out well, and I look forward to great cooperation in the future. All right, I think that brings us to a proposal. I'd like for us to adopt a resolution, colleagues. I think that's what's next. If you can put up the I've got a bit of a slide deck here from the Council of Governments, which adopted principles for equitable development.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So did you want to do appointments?
Do I need to do appointments before I do this? Yeah, I probably do. Thank you. It's not, I'm just
Making
following
sure
my
you did.
script. You're right. Sorry. Let me find that. Just a minute. We'll do appointments first. All right. Yes. I haven't been doing this very long. I need reminders. Thank you. All right, so I would like to move some appointments before I get onto the resolution. I would like to move the following appointments and designations. They do not need a second. To the Arlington Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, designate Janetta Brewer as co-chair for a term ending December 31st, 2024, and designate David Carlson as co-chair for that same term. To the Board of Equalization for Real Estate Assessments, reappoint Mary Dooley for a term ending December 31st, 2024, and designate Mary Dooley as chair for that same term. To the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, otherwise known as C2E2, yes, designate Cindy Lewin as chair for a term beginning December 31st, 2024. Designate Joan McIntyre as vice chair for a term, the same term. And appoint Trevor Montano for a term ending April 30th, 2026. To the Community Development Citizens Advisory Commission, designate Lara Malikoff as chair for a term ending on June 30th, 2024. Appoint Wendy Thomas for a term ending on April 30th, 2027. To the Community Services Board, designate Wendy Crawford as chair for a term ending on June 30, 2024. To the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council, reappoint Patrick Philippi for a term ending April 30th, 2026. To the Disability Advisory Commission, designate Alexa Mavroidis as chair for a term ending December 31st, 2024. To the Economic Development Commission, reappoints Saeed, otherwise known as Sid Mansour, for a term ending April 30, 2027. And to the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, appoint Eric Goodman as Pedestrian Advisory Committee Representative for a term ending November 30, 2024. Reappoint Giles Creamy for a term ending April 30, 2027. And to the Sports Commission, designate John Mingus as chair for a term ending June 30, 2024. Reappoint David Lansing for a term ending April 30, 2026. And appoint Hamilton Humes for a term ending April 30, 2026. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Many, many thanks to all of the folks who have agreed to serve and advise us. That is really helpful. All right.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
There is, I
Yeah.
think there's one or two that are,
That should be there, they're not?
that are actually physically here. So Wendy Thomas is here.
Yes,
and-
Wendy is a new commissioner on the Community Development Citizens Advisory Commission, so first-time appointment. We're welcome to have her.
Stand up, wave, say, yay, thank you. And anyone else? Anyone else? All right, well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for coming. I think now we go to board member reports. And we will go to Take Back the Night event. And Maureen, would you like to report on that?
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Coffey.
We can use first name. I'm fine with first names.
That's fine.
So as I mentioned before, both that it is April is Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month, as well as I am the liaison to our Commission on the Status of Women. And so I wanted to spotlight another event that the Status of Women has been involved with, Take Back the Night. It's a nationwide event that's held the last Thursday in April every year in order to support survivors of sexual and domestic violence. The event really tries to honor the power of speaking your story, speaking your experience, breaking silence that often conceals and covers what so many have gone through. And our event here in Arlington is hosted by the Rally Against Rape, and this is the 9th annual Northern Virginia Take Back the Night event. And so all are welcome to attend. It is a fully open to the public event tomorrow night, Thursday, April 25th. From 6 to 9 p.m. at the Village at Shirlington. I know in the past we have been at Gateway Park. This time we are not at Gateway Park. There's a lot of issues with hearing as people tell their stories with plane traffic overhead. So this time we will gather in front of the Shirlington Library. The event begins at 6 with a resource fair hosted by the Commission on the Status of Women and in partnership with many other groups within, both inside and external to the county. So Project Peace, for example, I know has always had a presence there. And then it continues with a community gathering with speakers and a vigil. And if you haven't been before, it's a really impactful event. Survivors share their personal experience experiences. All who are attending are really encouraged. Even if you're not planning to speak, you're able to participate if you know, the spirit moves you, so to speak. And, you know, it can be really emotional because people are sharing things sometimes for the first time ever. Sometimes they're sharing a story that they have themselves like had time to work through and process. And there's a lot of emotions, but you're really in a supportive atmosphere that allows you to share and to say, I'm not alone in this. I'm not alone in progressing through this, which is so important. And I'm so grateful to the people in our community who have helped to plan and bring this together. Caroline, who's our chair of the Commission of the Status on Women, also runs this event, and every year it's so great. And so I'm looking forward to standing with everyone tomorrow evening, and I hope that some folks will also choose to attend.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any other board member reports, colleagues? Yeah.
Madam Chair, just briefly, because I just, a few minutes ago, I realized that we will be meeting after this event. May 17th is Bike to Work Day. So please go to the Arlington County website and you will find Bike to Work Day front and center. This is going to percolate. It will be advertised a lot, but this is a significant date every year. I believe for me it marks the beginning of summer, so that's you know, we started with walking. We have to mention biking as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I always have a soft spot in my heart. My husband started biking to work in the 1980s, early 80s, when nobody else was doing it, and it was considered pretty weird. And now everybody does it. Any other board member reports? I'll move to regional reports. Any regional reports? I have one, but others may have some. No? All right. And so what I'd like to do, which I've sent you some information, colleagues, about the resolution that COG adopted, and that we maybe, I'm hoping we will adopt the same principles. As you know, we have an equity resolution from 2019, and I think in some ways we've been a little ahead. You can go back to the first. Thank you. And I was at the COG Board of Directors meeting when this was presented, and I was so proud because it was our very own Samia Bird here heading things up as very appropriate. And I'll share just a few slides from their presentation. She was not alone. The goals, which fit, I think, very well with our goals to advance equity within our programming areas and with local governments, and establishing a set of guiding principles. Next slide, please. And I think, as we all know, this is not news to us. Disparities in income, all kinds of racial inequities throughout history in planning, zoning, and housing policies that have led to all kinds of issues, and often playing out even today, the effects that we're still dealing with. And very interesting, the life expectancy that varies by 27 years across the region. I think our own Dr. Ruben Verghese has been heading up in studies in that across the region as well. Next slide. So these are the proposed regional principles that they've got. I'll just kind of go over quickly, acknowledging the history, which we do. Commit to internal capacity with community transparency. We're trying to do that. Practice inclusive and meaningful community engagement. I think we support that. And then if you can keep rolling up. We're trying to advance economic mobility and opportunity, preventing cultural any kind of displacement. We're trying to expand affordable housing options. We're supporting and strengthening diverse community values, promoting people-centered multimodal mobility and connectivity. We try to do that with our transportation system. We want healthy and safe communities, and we work hard on environmental justice. So I think all of these principles fit with us. Thank you. Next slide is fine. So the point for COG, Council of Governments, was to establish a regional foundation and model centering equity in comprehensive plans, and to help empower local governments like us to advance equity through new and updated policies and plans and lay out groundwork for policy implementation. So I think it fits really well with our values and what we're trying to and have been working on for some time. Next slide, please. There might be a different one. Let's see. I think the next one is perhaps, do you have our 2019 one? I think that's what comes next. You're trying to get that up? Okay, just a minute. all I wanted to do here was put up our own equity resolution, which we're familiar with, but that was adopted in 2019. And the point was, I think it aligns very well with what the Council of Governments has done here. And so what I would like to do then is propose that we adopt this resolution, which is basically it's the Council of Governments resolution. We've just, you can keep it there. That's okay, I think. All right, back on that one. I've just adapted it a little bit just to make it for Arlington, but it's basically the Council of Governments resolution, and I think fits pretty well. Are you able to get that back up on the screen, Madam Clerk? Yeah, I think we don't. If colleagues want to see the other one, but I thought I'd put up what we're going to be adopting. I think that might be more helpful. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So this is the resolution I hope we will adopt today, and you can look through it. I think it's, the whereases are, just affirming what we're doing. I think it fits pretty well with what we've seen. I have shared this with you earlier. If you want me to read through it all word by word, I will, but I think that's not needed. Obviously, Ms. Bird has been part of the Chief Equity Officers Committee and really helping out quite a bit. And as we get down to the bottom, be it resolved that the Arlington County Board, that the board adopts COG's regional principles for equitable development to further center equity in our local planning processes. So, and these are the principles then. You can see them, which we kind of went over a bit, acknowledge the history, repair. This is all things that we do now and are working on. So I think we'll become comfortable with that, and so I'd like to move adoptions and see if we have any discussion. So I would like to move adoption of this, and a second from Mr. DeFranti. Thank you. Colleagues, happy for any discussion or questions. I think it's pretty straightforward, but sometimes I'm wrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing.
DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing this forward, and Ms. Bird for the work. I'm very pleased to support this. And I may follow up with an email or the most efficient way to see if I can understand what the next steps would be. But I'm very committed to this, and I really appreciate bringing this forward, because when we started in 2019, our equity resolution, we noted that persistence would be necessary, and I think we all mean persistence. And time has passed. This is the right next stage of the work, and this is important for us to follow through with. And so I'm thrilled to support this and eager to follow up and understand what the best way is to push forward. Thank you.
I think they're not exactly set next steps. It aligns with what we're doing anyway. It is affirming for ourselves and for the region. Sure. These principles. I think I'll ask our manager if there's anything particular that he sees as a next step, but I don't think there's a specific next step. Mr. Schwartz.
I don't think there's a specific next step, but I know Samia and I have had conversations about using this as a reference point for all of our staff as we go through, we get projects that come in through the development pipeline to inform us and have sort of a reference point to use those questions. I know it's something Samia feels strongly about. I'm not going to speak for Samia anymore. Maybe she wants to add something.
Ms. Bird, would you like to add anything? I don't think you even have a microphone there. I think you're going to have to come up.
Yes, Mr. Manager is right in speaking for me on that point, but we really do want to be able to just ensure that staff have the support when we use these principles in doing the work that they do, whether it's a policy, a process, a plan, as a reference, a frame of reference to be able to start to implement them on a regular basis. So really just using this as that foundation for that.
Yeah, thank you. And I think it also simply expressing support for what COG has done, I think, and hopefully other jurisdictions of the region will do the same, I think. So thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Madam Chair, beyond grateful for the effort. There is a reason why this has been hatched in COG and between professionals in our region, because we found that we had quite some discomfort in trying to to operationalize the many different issues that we begin to recognize that sometimes they are not aligned, and they need a method, a philosophy, if you want, to actually align them. And the same way that we do that with the equity resolution for everything that we do, here we add 6 additional principles against which we have to test our projects and our planning. The most revolutionary part of that is that it's not only about projects, but specific decision, but also about the planning documents that are behind that. So there is an additional reason and check them and test them against these principles. And I believe that we will find, I mean, if we talk about next step, when we will update, more comprehensive planning in Arlington County, et cetera, these principles will be there, and we will have to check against them.
They help as a guide. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. All right.
And can I just add one more thing?
Yes, please, Ms.
We recently had the kickoff for our comprehensive plan update this week with other staff internally. And so the other great thing about these principles being adopted now by us is that they can help undergird the work that we're doing now in updating the comprehensive plan. And we talked about that in our budget work session as, having these principles being a core part of that.
Yeah, absolutely, which is exactly what they were intended to do. So thank you. All right. I think Ms. Cunningham.
Just very briefly, I want to thank Ms. Bird and underscore, you can go back to your seat if you want, underscore the leadership that you and the county provided in the region to help us, and that's really why we have the COG, is to make sure that we get the best from across the region, and in this case, we really were out there leading, and appreciate your work to make sure it came to fruition.
Yeah, that was great. It was great at that meeting. I sat up just a little taller. It was very nice. Thank you. All right. I think that's it for the first part. Mr. Manager, I don't think you have any more reports for today? Okay. All right, colleagues, I have a motion to make then. I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.23711A1, 3, 7, 8, and 29 for discussions of a personnel matter regarding a board appointee and discussions regarding disposition of real property for a public purpose where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county, and consultation with the county attorney regarding actual and probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body, and consultation with the county attorney regarding enabling authority in the Code of Virginia to create certain programs, and discussions regarding the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offers, and discussion of the terms of the scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded. And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Motion passes 5-0. We are now in closed session. The board will return no earlier than 6:45 PM for our one regular agenda item. Thank you. back in session, and I would like to move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, 1, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Garvey,
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis,
Yes.
Ms. Coffey,
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham,
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you like to call the first agenda item? And I think it's maybe our only one for today.
Sure, it's item number 36, the only item for tonight. Race to Rebuilding Trust and Community Grants Awards to Human Services Nonprofit Organizations.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Elizabeth Matlock is with us this evening, and she will have a brief presentation. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Okay. I'm Elizabeth Matlock and assistant to the Deputy County Managers, and I'm here to present the award recommendations for the Race to Rebuilding Trust and Community Notice of Funding Availability. This pilot process was developed in partnership between the Arlington County government and United Way of the National Capital Area. We've been working together for the past 2 years in response to the county's racial equity work and following board directions supporting a competitive process to award discretionary funding for nonprofits. This process began and is rooted in conversations held between the county, United Way, and BIPOC community leaders on what a competitive funding process might best look like. That work group made recommendations on the proposal structure, saying that it should be transparent, accessible, and include technical support. We responded to that by creating a competitive grant process, carefully crafting application questions to emphasize collaboration, equity, and community voice, and including 4 technical assistance sessions to support applicants as they complete their proposals. The work group also had recommendations on the proposal evaluation, that it would be transparent, that it would include an equity lens, and that community participation and voice would be central to defining needs and evaluating applications. We tried to respond to that by including a detailed rubric that was available to applicants from the beginning to support them as they completed their application and to be transparent about how they would be evaluated. We also included community members as reviewers to really try to center community voice and get their input on how the award should work out. The work group also had recommendations on funding awards, that funding would be transparent, flexible, and involve feedback for applicants. We've responded to this by including a multi-year award option and by providing score sheets and individual feedback to applicants. And then the work group also asked for accountability, that we would provide that there would be a structured reporting process and oversight. And so we will be providing ongoing support during the grant period, and it will involve regular reporting. As a result of this pilot process, we received 38 proposals that were scored by the review panels, which were comprised of 2 staff and 2 community members each. There were 5 review panels. The review panels invested significant time and thought into discussing each proposal, coming to an agreement on scores based on the rubric. These scores directly guided the funding recommendation that we'll go over now. The funding recommendation uses the following award parameters for their recommendation. First, that we would fund all proposals which received a score that was above the average score, which was 34.95. Given the limited nature of funding, we opted to fund 1 year of the award requests and cap awards at $225,000. We will fully fund up to the cap proposals which scored above the 75th percentile, which was a score of 40.75. And fund the remaining portion who scored above the average, but below that 75th percentile at 75% of their request. Using these parameters, the organizations that you see on the right scored above the 75th percentile, so they were fully funded up to the cap of $225,000. These organizations are Northern Virginia Family Service, AWLA, Aspire, Independence Center of Northern Virginia, Restoration Immigration Legal Aid, Our Stomping Ground, Nova Salud, Kitchen of Purpose, Friends of Guest House, and Challenging Racism. Organizations that scored above the average but below the 75th percentile were funded at 75%. These organizations, up to the cap. These organizations include AHC, Arlington Free Clinic, Arlington Neighborhood Village, Doorways for Women and Families, Shirlington Employment and Education Center, Arlington Thrive, Larch, English Empowerment Center, OAR, Restorative Arlington, EduFuturo, and Ethiopian Community Development Council. This results in a total award amount of $2,392,655. This funding supports after-school and youth programming, support for individuals with intellectual and or developmental disabilities, comprehensive reentry services for individuals following incarceration, small business and culinary training, pet clinics, diversity, equity, and inclusion capacity building, new parent education and support, immigrant and refugee services such as legal assistance and employment services, educational support programming, comprehensive healthcare services, family programming, direct services for older adults, advocacy and services for survivors of domestic violence, employment services for day laborers, emergency financial assistance for those in need, bilingual case management, restorative justice, and English language training. So we had a wide variety of services that we're funding with the money budgeted in the FY25 budget. The next steps over the next few weeks, we'll be finalizing grant agreements with those who are awarded. These grant agreements will include reporting requirements based on the individual proposals. We will be providing personal feedback to applicants. All applicants will get their score sheets, which have feedback from the reviewers. And then we're offering all applicants the opportunity to meet with staff and United Way staff to receive in-person feedback. And we anticipate a report evaluating the entire process from United Way in August of 2024. And that is what I have.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No advisory groups. Do we have any speakers for this item?
No, we don't.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, discussion with the board. Why don't we start with a motion? Mr. Carantonis, you want to start us
Madam
off?
Chair, I will be pleased to offer a motion to approve the list of grantees proposed by the community and staff review panels to receive grants in the amounts indicated in Table 1 of the staff report to this item. In addition, to authorize the county manager or designee to sign on behalf of the Arlington County Board the grant agreements between the board, Arlington County Board, and each grant recipient in a form approved by the county attorney.
Okay, motion has been moved and seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Thank you so very much. Colleagues, questions, comments? Ms. Cunningham? Residual light. Okay. Any other questions or comments? I had one. Mr. DeFerranti, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been there's been a lot of work put into this, and there's a lot of organizations that have been thinking about this quite a bit. I want to thank the staff for doing the work, and it was a lot of work, and sometimes I asked a lot of questions, and yet I think the decisions, the integrity of the process, I believe, has been maintained in that the 4 individuals built a rubric, scored the proposals, and we funded based on that rubric. I think the additional $900,000 means that not in every single case, but for the most part, this has been additive and not subtractive. There are a few organizations that won't have gotten all that they wanted. But the rubric and the process is better than, I believe, than the preceding process. There are a couple of organizations that did not apply that we funded in the past. So I think the integrity of the process has been upheld. It's been additive in nature. I think the decisions on $225,000 and the 1 year and not 3 years are sound decisions. And so I definitely am one who's going to want on process to engage over the coming months into the coming year. But I think net, this is a step forward, and I'm grateful to staff and mindful that we couldn't do everything that we wanted to do in this, but it is a net step forward and a process with an articulated rubric and net additive. So I'm grateful and I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad that we're offering the opportunity for individualized feedback on everyone's applications and how things went. But I guess a question for staff is there an opportunity, or are we thinking about how we can have a structured pathway for applicants to give us feedback on the process?
United Way will be reaching out to, as part of their evaluation process, they're reaching out to applicants to get their direct feedback. So that's what we're planning at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Mr. DiFerrante's comments, and I think this is one of those worlds where it's a little bit weird to jump in midstream and have steps like 1 through 8 completed, and then really have to learn steps 1 through 8 as well as 9 and 10 at the same time. But I think the idea of really taking our discretion out of this as board members, taking our relationships, and that kind of patronage system is really important, and keeping it objective. I know that there's a lot we've learned from this, and I know that we're going to continue to improve, and so I'm really glad to hear that we're building in a process to facilitate that feedback to us for the things that we might not already have surfaced at this point. But ultimately, I think we will continue to do better going forward, and this is a good place to start.
Thank you. I agree. I'm going to just do a follow-up question. Ms. Matlock, will they also talk with board members about, our experience with the process? I'm guessing they will, but I thought I'd check.
Yes, they intend on reaching out to board members, to reviewers, to applicants, and to staff members.
And to you.
And yes, staff members and the original working group who worked on it too, to get their feedback.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Karantanis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Matlock, I know that I have not been always an easy companion in this process. I appreciate and I really thank you for all the work, and this includes bearing with my issues with the process, etc. But I want to go back a little bit and recognize our former colleague, Katie Crystal, who started this. I think that these 3 things that we wanted to achieve, one is a more fair process. And I believe that this is here accomplished. A more transparent process. I think that this has been accomplished here. And a more accountable process that I believe that is accomplished here. Is it improvable? Absolutely, I believe it is. And if there is something that I'm taking away today is that while we have accomplished these 3 very fundamental goals, we have seen also where the issues are, the issues that we need to work, and you hear from most of my colleagues a burning desire to hear from our consultant, United Way, how this went and how we can improve it so that we can serve the initial intention of the process as well. I also want to recognize everybody in the county manager's office because they have yet another thing to manage in-house there, because this is a process that is located in the county manager's office. But most importantly, also the initial group that has set up this process, which is comprised from many volunteers, many BIPOC leaders, and that's an amazing group of people who have been working through all this time, and of course all staff that has been delegated to work on these panels, and of course the volunteer panelists on this as well. So this really took a village, and I'm really grateful for the result. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you ready now?
I am, yes. I also just want to echo, I really appreciate the great level of effort across the whole community to do this. The spirit of this effort is commendable. trust, especially here in 2024, is one of our most crucial assets as a community and as a government. So we obviously need to keep working at it, and I'm glad that this effort has been underway. We have a long history in our community in Arlington of relying on nonprofit partners and truly partnering with them to deliver core services, and I appreciate this innovation to help support the resiliency and nimbleness of the safety net. As we move forward, I'd like to make sure that in the final lessons learned, we do clarify and look for opportunities to reduce the burden on applicants, both during the application and in the reporting period. I know that's a balance, and likewise the staff time and expense. I know the first time through, these things are harder than you can imagine, but want to make sure that where we're putting funding against these kinds of priorities, they're really getting out the door to the nonprofit partners. And finally, looking for how can we better balance across the types of nonprofits and particularly the focus areas. So I think this was one pathway, and maybe we have a little bit more work to do to make sure that we're getting the right mix in future years to align with board and community priorities. And then finally, as we think about the program shape in the future, I would like us to look at the possibility of multi-year awards and what that would take, really specifically encouraging partnerships among nonprofits and other organizations, a commitment to philanthropic support and sustainability, and then finally a process for the grant review and management monitoring that is consistent with our community block grants, community development block grants, and our community arts grant revisions. So I think all of those can come back together with some good lessons learned for all three. Thank you.
Great, all right. Thank you so very much. When I came on the board in 2012, one of the things that really kind of made me uncomfortable was how we handled the funding of nonprofits. I just didn't feel very good. And I'm really pleased that we've taken this step. I think there's more to do, but this is a really good first step, and I think we will be continuing to hone in on it. We absolutely depend on our nonprofits. They're a really important part of just what we do. So thank you so much for all your work, Ms. Matlock, and of course, what we're just saying is there's more work, but that's all right. So thank you so very much, really appreciate it. All right, colleagues, I think we're ready to vote. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, are there any other items to come before the board this evening? There are not.
We have to certify.
We did certify, you just, yes, you did. It's fine. All right, we are done and certified. All right, we are adjourned. Well, I will take the question later informally. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.